Hello, 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 welcome into the Madhouse. And if anybody knows what the title means today, without looking it up, well done! I had to. Partly because I completely had no idea what to call this one, and I didn't want to use the word notary again, because we did that in the last stream. How are we all doing tonight? Zante, Tori, both wonderful people. Although I have just finished my drink, so give me another couple of, just give me a minute or so. In fact, fuck it, I can take these with me. The benefit of a wireless headset, I can do exactly that. But no, how are we all doing today? Oh, I need to wash that out, shit. I'm not looking at the screen right now, but I will be back before you know it. So I'm hopeful that, oh god. I'm hopeful that we can finish the game today, the VLR. Get comfy! Even though we've only got one ending to go, it is gonna take a while. Because in that one ending, we have got one more puzzle room, which is probably the trickiest one of the lot. Actually, no, that's a lie. There's two more puzzle rooms. Technically speaking, there is also the bomb defusal, which, P.S., we still have not found the number 0 bomb yet. And there's the whole point of actually, getting shit working. Welcome to the Madhouse, the Church of Mental Breakdowns. What? Like, actually, what? Okay. Anyway, this is going to be a long one. So, let's make our way, as you could probably guess based on the one above, the final ending we're going for is the Phi ending. Fair enough. And, the Phi ending also leads into the true ending and the epilogue as well. So, strap in. We're in for the long haul. So, this starts exactly the same way as it normally does. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. Yeah, whatever. So, we need to continue down the... this path. That is really loud, I just realised. Give me a second. There we go. How are you doing, Raven and Tori? I'm doing okay. They are lyrics to the song Madhouse by Citizen Soldier, and well, Citizen Soldier is dear to me. Fair enough. So the true path we need to go down is through the blue path with Alice. We then need to betray her to get to 6 BP. But then we agree with Alice's suggestion of, you know what, that's fine. We'll go through the red door. We'll go through the control room. And then at the second AB game, we ally. Although we do have to go betrayal first. And then ally. Because at this point, Phi realizes, oh, what the fuck? And then we hit this story lock, which we could not break until now, actually. So who planted the bomb? Well, if you haven't worked out who planted the bomb at this point, I don't think you're gonna. So let's pick this path up.
Huh?
And now we get to see our best we get to see our best, what's it called?
What? Why?
Phoenix Wright impression. I completely blanked there. Tori, I don't think that... Are you sure 60 minutes is allowed? Hang on 2 seconds. Huh. Exclamation 60 min. Hang on. There we go. There we go. I helped you out, Tori. As I just dropped my phone. Smart. Zante, you wouldn't have been able to do that. It's a mod-only command.
How can you... There's no way.
But I appreciate the help anyway. And yep, so we've seen this bit before because we saw it on the other path. We know Dio's a piece of shit. Sorry, brain is a bit meh, as you know. It's okay. It's alright. So, this path, we know Dio's a piece of shit. But then, Dio's a piece of shit in every path. So it's kind of not really yeah, it's kind of not really a surprise at this point.
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
Not right now.
Well...
Just hold him.
Knock it off, Sigma. You're doing this all backwards.
And of course, now we're going to hear it from the horse's mouth. I love how he says this isn't a court after he does his best Phoenix Wright impression. Although, to be fair, knowing Sigma, it's probably fucking Apollo Justice. And I will say, if there is interest in it, I may do the original Phoenix Wright trilogy on here at some point. Maybe. We'll see.
Nice try. That's some bullshit totalitarian logic. I don't think so. What are you even basing this on? How do you know I set the bombs?
Because I know.
Just spit it out.
The Mirma... what?
I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that, Sigma?
I just do. So I know everything about Free the Soul, I know everything about Brother. Fi doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about, she's an idiot.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
I am Sigma, bitch!
None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidons are. And I don't know what Free the Soul is, and I certainly don't know anything about some old fart called Brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, the shoe has left the foot and entered the mouth.
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
Yes, he's left.
A terrorist?
Oh dear.
Left?
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one.
No.
Seriously, though, when did we get so famous? The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about, let alone YouTube jokers.
Your knife literally has it written on it.
Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons. My real name is Left. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I
Why
planted the
they
bombs.
called him left, I have no idea.
If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all.
No.
I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters. After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
No, we're not. Not this path, we're not. And I leapt toward him.
Whoa there. Better not come any closer.
So this first part plays more or less the same way as the other path did.
You think I'm not prepared for this? Take one step and it'll be your last.
Then, that thing you're holding.
It's the detonator.
Of course it is.
Yeah, I guess it is. Now back the fuck off!
Dio, please calm down. If you press that button, you'll die too.
Is there a helicopter coming in? Sorry about
So, believe me, there's plenty more where this came from.
that. I don't doubt that for a second. Because you're a piece of shit.
Now that we've cleared that up, back off!
No!
Come on, move it!
I like to move it, move it.
Go, go,
You
go!
like to move it, move it. We want to move it, move it. We got to move it! But of course, Tenmyoji is a stubborn old fart.
Hey, Grandpa, your hearing gone? I said back off!
No.
You... I'm not screwing around here.
I can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead. Press that button.
Tenmyoji!
Oh, something wrong? Hurry it up. I'm not getting any younger.
Not wrong.
Oh? Do I sense hesitation? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
You son of a bitch.
So you were just bluffing?
Not bluffing, goddammit.
Oh, really?
You hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you.
Which is?
See that detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
And yep, that's all the opening he needed.
Yeah!
So this is all shit we have seen before, to a point. I just can't skip it because it's on a different path.
What happened? What? What's happening?
And the bombs activate because everybody's a fucking moron.
There's a red light on it now.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyoji. This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
So we now have 30 minutes to disarm 4 bombs.
What are you saying?
Damn. How much do you know?
A little more.
Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates. When it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs. So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse a bunch of activated bombs on a countdown. You
Yep.
can go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
30 minutes.
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
Th 30 minutes? That's crazy! How do we stop them?
And yes, there's an emergency deactivation password thingamajig.
None of us know them, though.
Wrong!
What, hoping I might spill the beans? Nice try.
Nope.
Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Wait, a medium?
Yeah, okay, a medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
And yeah, we aren't doing that. And of course he does a suicide
Shit!
bid.
Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go! Hey,
To be fair, I'd be trying to break it bloody neck at this point.
I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
Yeah, you've already started the bomb thingamajig, so, you know, what more can you do to us that you aren't going to do in 30 minutes anyway? Like, seriously.
We don't have a choice. Luna, go get the soparil.
We already got what we
You
need
think
out
I
of
don't
him.
know that? What other choice do we have? Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs.
Not wrong.
We don't have time for this. What are you doing, Luna? Go! Right.
Yes, we have 4 codes, but still only know the location of 3 bombs.
Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards! You're still gonna die! Go ahead, tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right! You're gonna burn!
Not if I can help it.
Oh, for God's sake. Luna, shut him up. Right. Here goes.
Now, something I've always wondered here. So bear in mind, by this point, we know Luna is a golem. A golem bound by the 3 laws. So, does administering an anesthetic count as causing harm? Food for thought. And yes, he did try to off himself. To be fair, would have fucking let him. But then I'm a heartless bastard, so what do you expect?
"25 minutes or so, I believe."
And how much time until the white doors open?
25 minutes or so. So,
what do
we get to defuse 4 bombs in 25 minutes. Given that we don't even know where one of them is.
We searched Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
Yeah, and that is?
Panic! Intuition!
That's... Are you suggesting we just... guess? Well, no, but...
Wait. There's another way.
What is it?
Uh-huh.
Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say.
Okay.
No questions. What's your answer?
And of course we all nodded.
Good. First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me. The rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
Huh?
Why?
No questions!
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it, we're done.
That's it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
Yeah, and Fi turned without waiting and headed for the door. And before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. Why did that post twice? Is there 2 timers running? That's gonna get messy in a bit. So, we know one of the bombs is here in group orders. This one being the number 3 bomb, I think. I didn't know it could run 2 timers concurrently. Okay.
Get the input device ready.
Okay, yeah, so plug it in. And it's going red.
How many minutes do we have left?
"21 minutes. It's a computer. Yeah, nah.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb.
Well, to be fair, my phone is a computer too, but it can only do 1 timer at a time.
That includes travel time, though.
Yes, bomb number 2 is in the control room in floor B. And bomb number 1 is also on floor B with the garden.
Yeah.
So, what are we supposed to do?
Well, it's not like I don't have one.
To be fair, my phone is an old piece of shit, so, let me put it this way. It's still on Android 10. And I physically can't upgrade it past that. In fact, it's so old, the emergency alert test that they're doing for the UK government, my phone physically can't receive it.
You need to make a jump.
A jump?
Yeah. To another world. Another history. You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you?
No.
You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Like, I can set multiple alarms, I just can't do multiple timers.
You just have to do that again. Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here.
Yeah.
That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Yeah?
Well, don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump.
It's the clock app that I'm using. Yeah, no, mine as well. Mine as well.
My jumps happen suddenly, out of the blue. I can't control them. That's a problem.
That is a problem.
Alright, consider this. Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one.
Indeed we have.
But our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis. Yeah.
Yep, that she is.
I feel like we know. So? Anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another timeline?
And I stared down at the input device. Password. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. So, this is the password for the number 3 bomb. Thing is, I'm actually going to intentionally back out. Because I believe there is actually a scene past this point. I tried over and over, but it was no good. Each guess was wrong. No matter how I strained my memory, I couldn't remember even a letter of the bomb's password. Had I even seen or heard it anywhere in the first place? I'd seen other histories, but had I seen what I needed? If I hadn't, then it was all over. If I couldn't control my jumps, then what good were they?
Sigma. Just let it go. Our time's up. This is it.
Now, we've seen this in a flashback as well.
Well, before it ends, I wanted to tell you thanks. You knew we were about to die, but you still stuck with me. A lot of people wouldn't have done that. You're a good person. There's one more thing. I'm glad I met you.
Well, thank you.
The moment I saw you, you seemed familiar. Anyway, thanks. It looks like our time's almost up. Hopefully the others will make it. There isn't much hope for us, though.
We're literally standing next to the fucking bomb.
What? Sigma.
And suddenly I felt Vi's face against my chest. And Vi's chest against something else. I put my arms around her and held tight. Then... everything went dark, and when I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Now, they call it game over, but it actually isn't. Because we do know what the password is, and I did make a screenshot of it. I just need to remind myself which is which. So give me 2 seconds. Yeah, you see how much longer this path goes on for, why I decided to do this one as a separate stream. Right, so deactivate bomb number 3. So I'm just going to skip past all this again.
If we can remember... Anyway. Yeah,
So I'm just gonna skip past
So,
this.
we need... Do you...
Right. Okay, so number 3. Which one was number 3? Hang on. I'm literally going through my screenshots right now. Okay, that's the number 2 bomb. I think this one is LXQ LHC NMR, which I will just say as well, the codes in this game are actually Caesar shifted. And for anyone that doesn't know what Caesar shift is, it's literally taking the alphabet and moving it back or forward X number of letters. In this case, it's only one letter. So it's Caesar shifted one letter backwards. So this password should be... Wait, LXQ... Wait, that's not right. Yeah, so this one should be Myrmidon's. Okay. And it's diffused.
Good job.
Birdie Codebreaker. That's exactly what it is. Now, that was the password we got from Dio when he committed suicide in the Floor B warehouse after we busted his ass.
It worked.
And I sighed and wiped what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead.
So, you knew the password after all. Interesting. You heard it in another history?
That we did.
Just what happened in that other timeline? Never mind. We don't have time for that.
Where did you hear it? Never mind.
How much longer?
Okay, 18 minutes for 3 more bombs.
Good. We've still got time. Come on, let's go. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list.
Okay, so number 2 is the control room.
Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
Yeah, that would suck. Get to the bomb. Oh shit, I left it upstairs. And then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her. So we've cleared the bomb on floor A. We know of 2 more on floor B. The control room for number 2 and the garden for bomb 1. You have my attention for a few minutes while I eat the spinach dip. So yummy. Yeah, I know you were looking forward to that. That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That one. So we just gotta get back to here. And there it is, bomb number 2.
You got it? Hook it up. Okay. Hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Yeah, it's nice and warm. I really need the recipe. Who was it that made it? It's not the same password.
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong. Try it again. Then it's different.
Yes, each bomb has a different password. Oh, your boss made it. Okay.
All 3 bombs use different passwords. Shit!
And Fi slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do?
We're gonna do the same shit again.
Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password? Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Oh my god, Marty. We're gonna die. Another history. And the password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to. Now, can I remember which one is the correct one? So, the password for the number 2 bomb. This is the one that Zero gave us in the director's office. Why he knew it, I have no idea, but meh. And I'm fairly sure of this one. This one is BQZ RGJ DXR, which again is Caesar shifted, which actually translates to crash keys. That won't mean anything to you yet, but keep it in mind. Oh. Oh. Hang on. It's not that one. Okay, then it's the other one. Hold on, hold on. No, that's the number 0 bomb, so it's not that one. Okay, maybe I mistyped it because I thought that was it. Unless that's the number 1 code, which I wouldn't put it past it. Hang on. Okay, no. I think number 2 is. Sorry. I think it's EQD. DYRNTK, which again, if you Caesar shift it, is free the soul, or free Z soul, technically. That was it. That was the one that Dio gave us in the
Damn, this is crazy.
That was the one that Dio gave us in the infirmary in the other history.
So you did know it. Don't scare me like that, all right? Whatever.
Yeah, who cares?
Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
You don't sound amazed.
Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb. It's,
The garden.
right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go!
Okay, fine. And she spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her. Why are you going that way to the garden? Actually, I suppose it's kind of neither here nor there. However you get there, we get there. Okay, so this one was by the tree.
Finally. The last one. How many minutes left?
9 minutes. Okay.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, alright? You have the input device?
Of course we do.
Okay, go.
Go?
We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
Yes, another password.
Exactly. What else would I be talking about? Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times.
Holy shit, she's actually praising us?
I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. Third time's the charm, right?
Yeah, sure. No.
No, I think mine still works.
Eh?
There's nothing to suggest the first and second times aren't charmed too.
Okay.
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can. Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, alright?
Yeah,
I'm doing the
fair.
best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds.
It wouldn't fucking surprise me.
Anyway,
Yeah, working on it.
I'm counting on you.
And the password. The password. The password. Remember, Sigma. Come on, lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You can do it, if you're being cute. You did it before, you did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma, you can do this. Pull open the door to your memories. Just watch out for the skeletons in the closet. Okay, so I was slightly mistaken. This bomb number 1, this is the code that Zero set me. And that told us in the director's office. So Bravo, Quebec, Zulu, Romeo, Golf, Juliet, Delta, X-Ray, Romeo. And yeah, this is Cratch keys. Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch! I'm enjoying because it's nice and warm, and I got too cold on lunch. Oh, sorry, Tori. I'm really sorry. We have a problem. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. Cool. I feel like it's just going to melt and dribble out my ears. And this is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I can fly right now. Well, in about 7 minutes, you will be. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Be careful what you wish for, Sigma. You're really harshing the bait. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you just like I promised. I forgot this was that reality. I mean, just the swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but he is desperate and horny and... Well, I don't need to say more than that, do I?
I am. You said you wished there was another bomb, right? I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish. I remembered something too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Yeah.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
And I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly, I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the Floor B warehouse.
Looks like you remember it too. How much time do we have?
4 minutes.
Well, hurry up! We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Problem. We still don't know where it is. I yanked the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after.
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is?
Nope.
You have got to be kidding me!
And she better lip and nodded. Fi doesn't know either. We can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is. Very true.
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important? Right.
And he just figured it out. Because in the blue path...
Sigma, wait!
So in the blue paths, or the cyan paths, Dio does not kill the old woman.
Where are you going? Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time. So where are we headed? Back up to floor A. And back into the floor A warehouse. And you're probably wondering why. And there it is. So, in alternate histories, Dio killed the old woman and then shoved the knife between the 5th and 6th AV rooms. Which then the 6th room got moved, so it uncovered the knife. But he never killed the old woman in this path. That we know of, anyway. Okay, gonna lurk, eyes completely grey. Oh god, no, that's not good.
Here?
So, yeah, he used this as a hiding spot in the other paths. Why would he use it as a hiding spot for this one, too? Just instead of a knife, it's a bomb. The number 0 bomb. How much time do you have left? Sorry, about 15 minutes left. If only.
About a minute.
A minute? Oh god.
Hurry!
Okay, the input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was it? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my 3rd time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. We get 1 chance on this one. But 1 chance is all we need. L X A Q N S G D Q. Or, if he Caesar shifted, my brother.
Yeah.
And Fi and I crumpled to the ground, the adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
No. The Myrmidon's knife.
Pretty good guess.
And that's all the bombs defused now.
Well, you did it.
I love how they're resting, but we still have... Oh, for God's sake.
I couldn't find any results.
I love how they're resting here. Hey, you defused the 4 bombs. You saved our lives. Yeah, chromatic doors, anyone?
So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Bullshit! Just
what?
about that swimsuit you promised. Fucking hell. He is persistent as fuck.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
Fuck the swimsuit!
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
And before I could protest, she turned and ran towards the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. Probably staring at her ass the entire time. I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done as Fi asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance, then headed over towards them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
You're alive, aren't you? I could have done it in my sheep! In your sheep!
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit time. This guy has an obsession!
What? Huh?
You're disgusting.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
Yeah, he's kind of like me, to be honest. He gets one idea in his mind and he fucking sticks to it.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group? All right, then let's move.
Okay, yeah. And at Tenryoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kate carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. And Tenryoji, Fi, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Why did they give us a countdown for that one? I have no idea. Whatever. So, time for this little bit of an oddity. Welcome to room Q. With nothing in it. No, it really is that white.
Well, there are doors.
Well, yeah,
We came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yeah, this final puzzle is a doozy.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
That's a quality guess over there. I know, right?
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
Right.
Right.
Good.
Okay.
And here we go. Final escape room. Or, well, the final main escape room. So, how do we solve this room? What the fuck? Okay. That tells us nothing. I love how the reticle is red this time. Okay, touch it. Huh? Okay. So, how do I do that? What the fuck? Okay. So whatever it is, it's all on the bottom right. Or, and by bottom right, I mean left. So it's all zeros apart from this bit. Okay. Look at it again. Okay. So can I... Ah, it is that. Okay. So there's more of them. We should keep looking. Okay. So I guess there's nothing we can do with that yet. I don't think so. You can look around more by exiting zoom mode and returning to the normal view. Okay, so I can't actually do that yet. Or can I? Some kind of weird patterns on it. Something's missing. Okay. Okay, no, there wasn't anything else on this side, was there? There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels, and only the winning panels, are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how to find the winning panels. When you select a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. For example, including itself. Okay. Okay, so that does make some sense. Note 1. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Oh, jeez. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the east wall to the right of that would be... The wall to the right of that would be the east wall, which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall, and the wall to the left of that would be the west wall. That would mean that a hint that appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall. A hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to the south wall, and a hint that appears on the east side would refer to the west wall. That was all Note 1? Note 2. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall, and that means that even if there are winning panels on the border with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel's numbers. Note 3. There are a total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Oh god, 8 of them? Examine the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so there's nothing at the top. Okay. Okay, so it's got something kind of in the middle here. And on the left. Okay, so there's definitely something there. Okay. Okay. So I make that to be... Oh! I actually thought there was one more on top of that, but okay. There's nothing above, there's nothing on that one. Could be... okay. Oh god, this is a clusterfuck, this one. Okay. Okay, so we got 3 of them so far. Okay. So there's more here. Hello, Tarek. Technus, how are you doing today? Okay, so... oh my god, what? So not the far left one. Okay. Oh god, what? Ah, there we go. Oh no. Okay, so we're at 4 now. Please, God, tell me there isn't any more on this side. Okay. Okay, doesn't look like it. That's fine. Alright, back. Let's go for this wall next. Okay, so nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Or there. Or there. Or there. Or there? Okay, so something bottom right on this one. And bottom left. Okay. Oh. Hmm. Oops. That was a simple one. And then... Oh, what was it on this one? I need to have a look at this one again. This is arguably the hardest puzzle of the game. Okay, so it's gotta be... Well, it's not gonna be the door. So... Okay. Hold up. Is it just... Okay. Well, there's the safe, so that's a good start. Definitely needed that one. I think that's all for this one. So how many have we got now? Let me start from the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh god, does that mean there's 3 on this wall? Oh no, there's only 8 panels. There's probably 2 on this wall. Unless they need me to look at the top as well. Okay, nothing there. Or there. Okay, something bottom right. And bottom left. Wait. Okay, so that's one of them. Okay, I think these ones are just lights. So I think this is one. And then I think this is the other one. Okay. Okay, I don't think I can do anything more with that. So... Oh god, where do I begin on this one? Okay, change the colors to the correct ones by selecting the hexagons and triangles. You only have 5 moves to complete the puzzle. Now hang on, what's the solution I'm trying to get to? Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. Yeah, this is a tough one. Oh, I see. So we're trying to get the whole thing out? Okay, so there's a binder in there. Okay, so we're trying to get they're trying to get them all red. Okay. Oh, there we go. I just flipped it. Okay. And that opens this. Why, thank you. You don't need to thank me. But if you dress up in a swimsuit, I might actually gag. Okay, binder. With a single piece of paper in it. Q Chamber Special AB game. You found instructions for the Q Chamber's AB game. They can be reviewed by visiting the archive. Okay, hints for the AB game Q edition. 3 people will definitely choose Ally. 3 people will definitely choose Betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do what his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. I think I know how I'm getting my passwords. Okay. And we have a red memory card. Okay, you can't open it. Don't know why you'd want to, but sure. Well, we got the red memory card. I think we're putting it in here. Okay, nothing so far. Okay, so I guess we're coming back to that. What are we doing here? 4 purple books. And that's a lovely shade of purple too. Let's go through each one of them. Huh? There's nothing written on them. Interesting. Huh? The pages are all blank, it's just... But there's some pictures put in between the pages. In between the pages? 3 of them. You have found a picture of a blue die, a picture of a green die, and a picture of a red die. Oh god, no. No, not this. Not this. Anything but this. Oh. Okay. Don't need to do anything with the bookshelf, do we? No. Well, there is the dice, but fuck that for the moment. Are those missiles? They're darts! And there's the green memory card. I think we could get some darts, yeah? Thank you. A bunch of tiny sidewinders, but they're darts! Okay. I'm guessing that's what I'm doing here. Oh no, not this again. So what am I trying to get to this time? Okay. There's only two ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold people, or you throw darts at it. It's a dartboard to hold pizza. Except maybe the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yes, I've got some darts. Let me throw the fucking things. Get a score of 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in the green area, the second in the blue area, and the third in the red area. And to throw a dart at a particular area, grab it by pressing the X button, and then release the dart in the area you'd like it to land. Time for some darts. Right, well, I know the red one. Fairly sure of that, anyway. So I need... I can't do it. Why is there 2 8s? That's what's throwing me. Well, I can't do it, so... Never mind that. I'm fairly sure that red one is going to be 33, though. What if I do... 1, 2... Can I get a 25 with any of the blues? Get a 24. I can get 2 24s actually. In fact, I can get 3 24s. Oh, that's annoying. That gives me 99. Oh, okay. So 39. Okay, now I've got blues to work with here. So 52. Is there any way to get 48 with a green, with a red? No. Give me a minute with this one. Tell you what, let me memo this. Okay, so actually, yeah, screw it. It's gonna be too hard to work that out. Okay, so what if Right, so let me just see what the numbers I've got to work with are. So 11, 16. 11, 16, 14, 28, 42. Uh, 8. That's a 7, isn't it? Yeah. 14. And then we've got 9 and 27. Don't know why it refused to go down there. And 16. And 39. Okay. This is so fiddly. Right, okay, so that's that. Then the blue ones. Let's start from this point again. So 22. Oh, piss off, I don't care. So 22, 8 and 24. I know this is hard to see, it's fine. So 22, 8, 24, 28. So 28. 20. There's another 24. In fact, there's 3 24s. So I'm not going to put that again because I can only have one of each colour. There's 13. So that's the 13. And then what was this one? That's a 9, so that'll be 18. Do I have an 18 already? No. Whoops. Okay, right, okay. And then we've got 33. Oh, I'm trying to draw with the eraser. So 33, 14. 16. Okay, so 16. 21. Uh, 8. We'll just pretend that's an 8, okay? And 26. Right, so there are all the values. Now how the hell do I get to 100 with one of each of these? Still need to get to 25, that's the problem. So I either need 2 odds and an even, or 3 evens. But I can't have 42 and 33, because that doesn't work. 22 is... hang on. The 8's probably not going to do anything. So 39... 72... Wait, 39... 72... So 72 over d to 28, there is a 28. There we go, that's what it is right there. I'm even going to do it in red. Green 39. Blue 28. And red 33. And there's our 100. Green 30, there we go, so... Green 39, which ironically I've put in the right place. Blue 28. And red 33. That was a lot of math for one bloody puzzle. My dark skills are undeniable. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard? I'm a fair man! My high school voted me most likely to be a judge. I don't... Is that a compliment? Okay, so that opened. We finally got our damn green chip. Oh, I'm scared to think where the blue one is. We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. What? You sound like you're in a heist movie. What? Should I have worn a cat's... huh? No. 1,000 times no. I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in the heist movie wears a sweet suit. Yeah, not wrong. Okay, so we got the green key card. That's good. So still nothing. Oh, I was afraid of that. Ah, there's the blue chip. Okay. Oh no. Roll the 6 dice to move them to where they need to go. The direction of each side of each die must match a specific pattern. Oh, what? Unexpected meeting with the boss. Oh dear. No. No. Right, rid of that. That anymore. Right, so the blue one was... Okay, so one... Okay, so... Okay, so I think... 1, 3, 2. There we go. Is that right? Yeah, it is. And then 5. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Okay, so from the bottom left of 5, 1, 4. Okay. 4, 2, 3, 4. So this needs to be 5. Oh, is it 5, 1, 4? Is that right? Yeah, okay. And eventually she's gonna... Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, they're pulling out all the stops on this one. So, where is the green ones? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 5. So 4 up, 5 across, 6, 4, 2. 1, 2, 4 up, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. Needs to be 6. Oh my god. 4, 2. I promise this makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes any sense to anyone else, but it makes sense to me. And then from that one, it is up to left 1, 2, 1, 3. Okay. And the red ones are... oh god. You know, maybe it'd be better if I actually do these one at a time. So... let's just do the blue ones at the moment. In fact, actually, just to make this a little bit easier for myself, I'm gonna scrub that. So let's do these one at a time. So let's focus on the blue ones. So 1 with a 3 and 2. Shit! Oh, that. I also forgot which position it goes in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and okay, so 1 up. Okay, so it's where it currently is, but... ah! Oh, this is a tough one. Maybe I need to do the other one to there. Oh, hang on. Okay. I think that's right, actually. Okay, so that one's right. So what about the other one? 2 up and 1 left from that, and it needs to be 5. Okay, 5, 1, 4. Okay. So it needs to be there. Oh, that's annoying. There we go. Is that it? Okay, so the blue ones are right. So I'm gonna help myself here. Just say that one, they're correct. Right, so what's next? The green ones. So they need to be 3, 4. Okay, so the first one is 4 up, 5 across. It needs to be 6, 4, 2. So this is where it needs to go. Oh my god. That's the position I need, but there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, so if okay, so if I can get the 5, if I can get it 5 there with 6 at the bottom. Oh, come on. Ah! Right, that needs to be facing the complete opposite direction. That's infuriating. I keep getting it there, but I need the one above it. I keep getting either side of it, but I can't get that. Oh. Now I've got the 6 in the right place, but the wrong direction. I've got it within one space in 3 directions, but I can't get it there. What's the other one? Up 2 and 1 to the right. Well, up bed is a 2, 1, 3. Okay. So it's actually there, so just get rid of that one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Wait. Is that right? 3, 2? Oh, no! Well, that's closer. Oh. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that's got that one in place. And that's the green one in place, even better. Right, where are the red ones going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up 2, 3, 6, 2, okay. And okay, so hang on, that could be it. Okay, so that one's correct. So I just need the other red one. 4, 1, 2. So ironically, this is the position, that's the position I need it in, but I need it in the gap. There we go. Maybe the orientation didn't need to fucking matter. Maybe the game finally took some pity on me or something. 'Cause I don't think I got that last one right. Yeah, I ain't fucking touching them again. Right. Okay, so now we've turned it on, but for what purpose? Us, A and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. CD and E are solos consisting of a single person. First, move the pairs A and B next to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next, move solo C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left over solo. Press the X buttons to grab and move the letter icons. Oh, excuse me. A pair and a solo aligned vertically with verses between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you've placed them. Okay. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for the us pair, either ally or betray, and the results of your match will be displayed along with the results from the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Because 3 people definitely ally, 3 people definitely betray, and 1 just does what we do. So for the first answer, we need to get everyone denying. And for the second one, we must be the only ones to get 9. Okay, so yeah, there. Okay, so what does that tell us? Right, E betrayed. So E betrayed. So A betrayed. B allied. Sorry, A betrayed. B allied. C allied. D allied, and E betrayed. So A and E always betray. That's right. Oh my gosh. Alright, hang on. So let me... Oh god, the notes don't let me go far enough down! Right. Okay, so let me... Okay, so E... Okay. And then... E is also, Oh, shit. Hang on. Okay. And then... Oh god, I could not read that. Okay, we'll go with green. Okay, and then... C and D. Okay, so the red one's betrayed, the blue one's allied. Now we know AD will always betray. Okay, let's see if we can be the only one to get to So let's do us versus D. We'll have A and E pair off against each other, I think. They'll cancel each other out. And then B and C. Right, so yeah. Okay. So any definitely betray every time. Right, so if I want to get to a point where only I get to 9 points. Don't think I can, actually. Unless C is the mirror one. That's possibly my only chance. So if I go against D, yeah, so if I go against D, then we don't know. And then if I put E, which we know is a betrayer, against C, alright, let's see what happens if I do betray here. C changed his vote. Right, C's the changer. Okay, hang on. So C does whatever we do. Let me have a think here. So, I might. Oh, so there's a way. Okay, so we must be the only ones to surpass 9 and strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. With 6 cooperators, okay. Okay. So one of the pairs and one of the souls will always ally. One of the pairs, one of the souls will always betray. And C will, one of the souls will always just do whatever I do. So A always betrays, B always allies. Okay. If I do PD, us, C, and AD, A, B, C, D. Okay. If I just do that 3 times, will that not work? Okay, so that gets us a password. That gets us the escape password, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we got the password to the safe. Good! But I need to get the second password. Right. We must be the only ones to surpass 9. He always betrays. E always betrays. And C always does what we do. So, let me have a think. How do I make it so I get 9 and everyone else gets shafted? So I can never pair with C, because if I C and betray, that's bad. A always betrays. B always allies. Is that right? Hang on, let me think about that one. Yeah, B always allies. A always, oh wait, hang on. Hey, Livy! E always betrays. Good thing there were no E's in my name. To be fair, I don't know your surname, but literally the first, if you go by your alias, literally the first letter is E. You should definitely do E. Betray is always the best option. Everyone out themselves. Well, it's funny you say that, because I'm trying to get to the point now where, like, I have the password to get out of here, but I need to now get the other password for the final file. And this is the part where I need to get 9 points or more and be the only one to do so. Oh, I meant my given name. Well, to be fair, I only know your first given name, so I don't know if there's any E's in your surname or middle name. Okay, so E. Okay, so E. They always betray. So C. Okay, so C will always just cancel each other out. So I can never go with C. E always betrays. I need to do D then. So I always need to go with D. And then we're betraying. Okay, so E locked out the betrayal there. That's okay. My last name not important. I don't want to give in case you betray me like how you betrayed these people in the game. Livy, what kind of man do you take me for? Actually, you know what? Don't answer that. E always betray. I might actually need to force a stalemate on myself here. As weird as it sounds, BD, just so I can... I don't see the purpose of the game, but it looks like a game that would ruin friendships. We already have Among Us for that. Fair, fair. Well, to be fair, this is the hardest puzzle of the game. Or the hardest escape room of the game, I should say. Okay, so now that I've done that, now that I've actually got a buffer to work with. So if I play with D again... E... always betrays, so I need you to play against A, I think. Yes, I need A and E to cancel each other out. I'm playing against D, which always allies. B always allies. And C does what I do. So, yeah, if I betray this, I should get the 9 points and nobody else should. There we go. Whew! Okay, moon, sun, sun. Oh my god. Yeah, I just want to point out, I don't care about the floor. We never did shit with this. Where do you get exercise machine from this fight? How are you doing, Livy? I can't remember. I cannot remember nothing. There's a screen. Okay, so there's nothing we can do if we can't turn it on. Okay. I'm beginning to think Zero got a bulk discount on saves at this point. And that is the last file password, I think. Right, now what the hell is the what the hell is this password? Sun, moon, star. Alright, just give me my fucking key and let me out of here. And 2 bottles of Excelivir? At least that's what it looks like. Okay, the star room key's good. It is! It's 2 bottles of Excelivir. And the key. Let's get moving. Oh, okay. Oh, for God's sake, just give me the damn door. I am ready to get out of this room. Timmy OG! You dick! Just twist the fucking thing. Okay. Oh, that was a thing.
Huh.
Oh, what?
It opened.
You say that as if you're surprised.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
What?
Sounds like something turning on. Oh no, not another one of these.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen.
Yeah, not wrong.
I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
What indeed? That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the... Memento mori, if the 9th lion ate the sun. At this point, this is line number 9. And can I just say that's the most terrifying of the lot. This was the real 9th lion. But if that was the case, and now we're going through all the histories. We have one more password that we have not yet used. We get one chance at it. The username we have not yet used. Oh, yeah, I also misspelled it. Username Kurashiki. Password. Jumpy doll. We found it on her ID card. Get comfy, this is going to be a hell of a revelation.
Sigma! Look!
The old dead woman, who in this reality ain't dead.
Akane.
Akane?
Her name is Akane Kurashiki. I've been looking for her for a very long time.
Okay. And he walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
I love how you go straight for the tits. Just want to point that out. Tenmyoji squeezed his eye shut.
Akane.
And he closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you understand. probably have a great many questions.
You're not about to talk to us about termites, are you?
What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki?
Well, all very good questions.
But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you heard the name by now, at least.
Oh yes. Yeah, we've heard of the EB project.
In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The Novenary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The
Yeah?
answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
I'm sorry, what? Transport our consciousnesses to the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Temioji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door.
Yes.
It stands for quantum.
Quantum.
That makes this the quantum room.
Okay, it took me a moment to realize she'd changed subjects without even pausing. You only just realized that. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer.
So that's literally where Zero Jr. is.
The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems.
Like Luda.
All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies.
Yeah, we kind of had this thought earlier. Like, back in the first, or well, technically second Novenary game, back on 99. We kind of, like, Junpei and Loris kind of had a similar conversation about the wireless monitor.
Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills.
Yeah. You say we shouldn't?
That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc., to transmit information.
Okay.
Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But, is that really true?
I do not know.
In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however, we may all
A
be
higher
connected
dimension.
after all,
Oh, Christ.
like the branches of a tree or a rhizome.
A rhizome? The fuck is a rhizome?
Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree.
Okay.
All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the 2 dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another.
Oh, Maligo, thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing tonight?
Fuck you say to me, you little shit!
Sorry, only asking. I'm good, want to sleep. Then sleep, don't let me keep you up.
But this isn't
Also, holy
the
shit,
case.
it's 11 o'clock already.
If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions, instead of
3
only
dimensions, we
2,
actually get a root.
you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2
Okay.
dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things
Right.
that might appear to be separate.
I thought the
from
termite
one another
conversation
in
was
3
complicated.
dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility?
I mean, the theory's sound. How would you prove it?
I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I
Well.
share that belief.
Zero and I.
Morphogenetic field theory.
What did you say? Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about
Because
a
when you
4th
get this
dimension,
woman to start talking, good luck getting her to shut up.
I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time.
Minkowski space-time. What?
Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes.
Okay.
These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space.
Okay. Now how do you encompass 4 dimensions with cubes?
Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time.
Okay.
It is on that 4th dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before.
What?
It probably sounds silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman.
I don't know, you're pretty fucking crazy.
But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong?
No.
Tenyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago.
Half a century ago. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Tori. Much appreciated.
consciousness to the past.
Oh, and a posture check
to
as
help
well. Oh yeah.
save a little girl's life.
You'd probably give me a hydrate, but Maligo probably blocked it. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. I'm sorry, what?
It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How can I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Yeah, I've been keeping this one quiet for a while. Tenmyoji is not this guy's name. Well, it is, but it's his surname. I give you Junpei. Get them bones a moving. Oh yeah. And suddenly it felt like Fi and I were outsiders, trespassing in something we had no right to see. He whipped out his dick and did unspeakable things. Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up.
Oh, there's the hydrate. I think. No, it's two separate posture checks. Okay.
The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to
Final
go
stage.
there. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me.
Come and find me.
I'll be waiting. One last thing.
What?
The cat in the box.
Uh-huh.
Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma,
Ugh.
Vi, you will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
How are you doing, though, Ghost? How are you doing, Ghost? How are you doing, Tori?
Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait. Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fists he pressed against his thighs. Just checking, you did take your dose, yes? Yes I did. About 30 seconds ago, but I did take it. Ready to be home and rest my eye. Fair, fair. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Vi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. And with a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. And as soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Accelavir that I'd found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and stuck those needles where the sun don't shine. Okay, back on the road. No worries. Injected Alice and Quark. Just don't ask where.
Goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
No need to thank us.
Although, Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned away from us. Breaks your heart, doesn't it? Suddenly, I remembered. Dio? Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled, unconscious, on the floor beneath the sink.
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there.
Fair.
Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with him. You are, quite literally, lifesavers.
Yeah, not wrong.
You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Vi to see she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to the Floor A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically, me, Vi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, and Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team, and with Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default, which left me, Vi, and Tenmyoji.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
You're right, it doesn't.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now.
Not wrong.
You see? Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there.
Luna's got a point.
We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
So, third round, 6, 11, 5, 9, 9, 9, 10. Yeah, that. Fair. I mean, if you're prepared to be that patient, why the fuck not?
Okay. I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
And I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Yeah, you can't just vote. Oh, well, you can just vote, but are you prepared to be locked in a room for 45 minutes?
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier. But then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay. Let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Okay. And Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. But where's Vi? I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
And yes, Connie's body was in there in the other histories, but we haven't found a body this time.
Maybe because she wasn't murdered. Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi. You will decide its fate.
Okay. Yeah, Schrodinger's cat thing. Oh god, don't you dare lisp.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate. Okay.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
Why?
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either.
Okay.
In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
And where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? To be continued. We are still not done, but a new destination has been added to the flowchart. We are still not done. And we still don't even have the Phi ending yet. So, here's our new path. Before the start of the AB game. Or the Novenary game. AB Room of the Past is available. We're jumping. And this is exactly how the game started previously. Yes, we are back in here.
No. This is one of the AB rooms. Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
And now he remembers everything. And she grinned.
Check your bracelet.
Okay, red pair, which is like right at the start of the game.
Mine's the same.
No.
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time. Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours? Wow.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Or about an hour early, okay.
Yeah. Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her.
Okay.
I think. Right. We're here for one reason.
So we're here to prevent her death.
Exactly. Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
And... yeah. We have to seek a way out. Now, you can do the puzzle again if you really want. Or you can just cheat. Once a password's been found, it will never change. Going back to the past or changing timelines won't alter it. Oh, it was Sons, wasn't it? Cracker? Grab the cracker. What? Okay. Now where the hell do you use the key then? Is it here? Ten, 9, 8. Push the fucking button! 1. Done. Beat me, you were taking too long. She's got a point. We are on a schedule here. And fine, I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the EB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. Connie and Dio. And behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quiet, a knife glinting in his right hand. There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the EB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. And before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air, and decked that motherfucker.
He's fine. Just unconscious.
I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
And the guy went down like a sack of potatoes. Whatever the fuck that was meant
He
to
had
mean.
it coming.
He really did have it coming. I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Kind of weird that she's saying we're here to hear the rest. Even though technically this is before any of the rest of the game.
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much.
Ah, that sounds hollow as fuck.
I very much appreciate you saving me.
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes, indeed I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you. Because I had to. Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested.
I'm sorry, what?
I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least.
Okay.
In order for that to happen, some death was necessary.
I love that. Death is necessary.
When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy.
Now, I did physics, so this actually resonates with me a bit.
That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed.
Okay.
In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes.
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people was such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected.
Every one of us? What?
Well, apart from Luna, of course.
Oh, okay, yeah, but still.
Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time.
Anyone else following this?
Even that, however, wasn't enough.
We need more?
You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times.
Yep.
With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That is why we made you play the A-B game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I mean, that's a point. I'm glad somebody understands.
Yes.
Murder, antimatter explosions, suicide? Well, nobody's dead yet. Technically. I've died! So has Vi. So have you.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die.
Wow. That's cold.
Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project. Ah. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit! Just straight bullshit. And instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
The Myrmidon's knife?
But it's almost time.
Do we?
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline. This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Lagomorph.
This is where the name comes from.
Yes.
Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio.
Okay.
All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct.
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state. To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the third AB room by then, it would be bad.
It would be bad. It would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our second or third time.
You are exactly correct.
I'm sorry, what?
Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
Leave this with me? And she paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
Okay. Why? What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
Where have we heard that before?
It will help you meet someone who's very important. Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
What?
Now hurry.
And away we go. To be continued again. With a new destination. We are still not done. We still haven't got the ending. So, now that we've gone... now we've gone from the past, now we can go... and I feel cheesy even saying this. Back to the future. Back to the AB game round 3. And I love how we don't even bother betraying, we're just allying.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Fi and met her eyes.
You mean what happened a long time ago? Huh. Yeah, I remember all right.
Yeah, you don't forget a swift kick to the face like that.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark?
What am I, chopped liver?
Alice!
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Well, back among the conscious, I don't know about the psychotic part.
Yeah, thanks. Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Sigma!
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Well, there's really nothing else he can grab at, let's be honest. I wasn't talking to Quark!
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
10!
I've got 15 BP.
15.
That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
Fair enough, so it follows that pattern.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
And now everyone can leave. I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Fi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps they had strengthened our bond. That had strengthened our bond. Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors.
We didn't want to happen.
Bio! Welcome in, Bio. How are you doing? And thank you for the hydrate, don't worry. Of course that is the sound alert that fucking comes up for that. How was your stream? I saw you finished and read it, Quitty. How are you doing? Alice was the only holdout. She complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied. Good, just wanted to save some for tomorrow. I know you weren't feeling very well. So I do hope you're doing better. And, yeah, no, since you're both here anyway, Tori and Bio, you're both awesome people. Bio for designing an amazing birthday present, and Tori for buying the merch. You're all fucking wonderful.
Alright, let's get going.
Alright, we have been here long enough. The tumbler looks so freaking sick, doesn't it? Birdie present. Yay! I like presents. I need to order me one now. Well, exclamation merch, by all means.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down. My pants then promptly fell off. No, I'm joking. I was so excited he finally got it. I ordered it like 3 weeks ago. I did wear my sweater and got compliments. Oh, nice, nice. even though the stitching on it, or not the stitching, the print on it was a bit
The
funny.
number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Don't worry, I'll be buying a tumbler, but you know, IRL. Yeah, fair, fair. Alright, let's a wassail. Time to bring this game to an end. The Novenary game, anyway. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. Its print is like faded, it's weird, but I've been working on fixing it for dark color shirts. Oh, well, you know, I appreciate everything you're doing, Lyle. It really is greatly appreciated. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number
not
9
for
door
Lord.
is closing.
I have the darker t-shirt and it works so well that it doesn't pop as much. Easier to wear to work. Fair!
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the Novenary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Escape is not possible. Okay, in all seriousness, I need to rest. No, fair. Oh, Bio, thank you for the lurk as well. Today is the worst pressure I've had in my eyes to date. Well, I certainly hope that we get some answers for you tomorrow. Or at the very least, some pain relief.
Looks like we did it.
Yes. We should keep moving.
Yeah, might be an idea. Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar looking door. We pushed it open and went in. And now we're back at what looks like the PEC. Except we know it's not.
You know what this place is?
But that doesn't make sense, because we're all infected anyway. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Tori, as well. And oh, there's the link for the merch as well.
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
We'll get to it. Of course, according to Makani, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they...
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
Not wrong.
All right.
And no one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. And as soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. And at last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we? The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. Which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger, in fact, than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge.
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot.
It needed to be done.
So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
But if that's the moon's shadow...
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
That's Earth.
Yeah.
This whole time we thought we were on Earth. Nope.
It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. Then again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon covering the sun.
Oh, come on. Use your brain.
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base.
It is pretty ridiculous. But what part of this game has not been ridiculous so far?
Besides, if this was the moon, how
Like,
do you explain
seriously.
gravity?
How do you explain the gravity?
The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's
Moon has
gravity.
only 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. True.
So what's this?
And she picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Yeah, it would. To you.
Yes, it looked that way. You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
Yeah, fair.
Excuse me? What?
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Accelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its
The
symptoms
Radical
stick
6 isn't
around for a
completely
while.
gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick for a while. Okay.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example.
So basically, they cancel each other out.
Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters.
4.9 meters? That's your example?
It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds.
Okay.
I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything.
Okay.
The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense?
So far.
So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Yep, every
Wait.
single one of us is infected with Radical 6.
You're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity? Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that?
It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. So like jumping out of there, decking deal, jumping from one end of the room to the other.
Wait. This is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth, and it's blue and green and beautiful.
The bombshells keep coming, however.
That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Yeah, I've been keeping this one quiet as well.
Today is January 27th.
January 27th?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
And just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
2074. And this whole time we thought we were playing in 2028. $45 years. Yep.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me. But it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict.
And
We've known
that's
that
a
there'd
solar
be one on the
eclipse, so
27th
yeah.
for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story.
Yeah, it is a long story. How long have you
About
got?
45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time.
They detonated?
The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
Ouch.
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a
Government
future
has a
Mars
test
mission
site for a
out in the
future
middle of
Mars
Nevada.
mission out in the middle of Nevada. Now, this is important information, so pay attention to this.
On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing.
Yeah, Tamioji knows about this because
The point is,
he was there.
Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down,
Mm-hmm.
but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off
I
a
guess you
building
could say
or
somebody
shoot
let them hit the
themselves in
floor.
head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground.
Ouch.
Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows.
Oh.
I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that.
It's not pretty.
After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings.
Okay.
There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th,
So they
2029,
intentionally
they put their plan into effect.
detonated the generators.
That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Now, the
God.
truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened. But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected. And when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan. Even if blotted out the sun for 7 years.
Completely? Jeez.
Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually, they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sun sets red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
Jeez. I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyori to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought, I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear.
I figured out why there's an extra E.
What?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
Okay, but what does it say? Oh, for fuck's sake, not that again.
God damn it, Sigma! Knock it off! Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time? What?
See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth. I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane.
Okay. From us?
Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Vi.
Okay.
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time.
Oh.
Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
We gotta go back.
Yeah, I'd bet on it.
45 years. That's a hell of a jump.
I think so.
Ouch. Doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period. Before it, actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Pay her a visit?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
Yes, the grave. This whole time, we nearly forgot about the grave, didn't we?
Well, come on, what are you waiting for?
Right, one question. How do you plan on getting back there?
Let's go.
We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something? Who? You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait,
How do you know about Akane?
why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please.
I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going too then. So am I.
Anyone else?
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're not... You're serious? What the hell is going on?
Shut up! Just shut up! Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. And with that, we headed back through the airlock. Now, we can't go through the number 9 door. Or can we? So here's a question. How did we open the door?
Ah, clever.
Yeah, look at that at the bottom. Warehouse B.
The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah, thought we might be able to take the lift to it, and it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be? You mean the grave in the garden?
You know of it? Come on, get to the garden. Come on. Let's get to Bound Garden already. Yeah, we're getting close to the end. Not quite there yet, but we're getting there.
Is Akane really under here? What should we do?
Maybe.
Are we gonna dig her out?
No. And I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. And with a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift. The zero treatment
What is
pod.
this? It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Oh my god. It is, isn't it?
And the glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes to wait. Okay.
What? So, Mizakane's like an ice cube?
Essentially.
Then we gotta wait till she melts?
Essentially.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay?
Yes.
Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
You remembered?
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they?
Not really.
In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past. Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population.
Okay.
But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
Let me begin at the beginning.
Yeah, please.
You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this. But that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories.
What?
That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose.
Yeah, what were the purpose?
Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles.
Okay.
Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Okay.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9.
In earlier histories?
We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you.
Not really.
In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain.
Would you?
Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in
Anyone
long-term
else confused
storage.
at this point?
Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes. In preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
The morphogenetic field, yes.
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
Okay, well why Alice?
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Oh.
Huh?
But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were able to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence.
Okay. So that explains Clover and Alice.
Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth.
I mean, you weren't wrong.
What kid would turn that down?
I don't know. How about a kid with a root beer float?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out. And when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons.
Yes?
He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history, and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it.
Win it?
If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed. At least, not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
What?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper.
What?
We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
Okay. No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2. Luna and myself.
Well, Luna's easy.
Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes. That's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
Yeah, you just had to ask, didn't you?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
You mean the hologram?
Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished.
Okay.
Shall we open the pod?
And all of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay. Let's get started then. Ready?
And Phi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed.
Alright. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
4. It's us again. Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B, in front of the white door. He was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I've never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tuberculin, and that was the end of that. But, wait. If the person in the pods was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No way.
Yes, I am.
Akane Korashiki.
It's you. June. I mean, Akane.
June.
But you're old.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, you were asleep for 45 years, Clover. Trust me, she wasn't.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Yes, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane. Long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
You mean when Dio tried to kill her, yes.
Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did, at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes. No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me.
Yeah.
It's just like Schrodinger's cat.
So...
Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
Yeah, so if we went through the magenta door or the yellow door, Kay was not Akane, because Akane was already dead. Going through the cyan door, Kay was Akane. Crazy,
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
It wouldn't be the first time. And it didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future. Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond! I ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it! I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond, looking for my reflection. Surprise!
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb.
Yeah. Dr. Climb. That's why Luna called us Doctor in that timeline.
Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
Yeah, we were Zero the entire fucking time.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor. You will be a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering. No, I'm not. You created him.
Eh?
Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him. His name is Kyle Climb. Your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's.
Okay, yeah.
If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the Novenary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
Oof. That must suck when you used to go to the bathroom.
He was to be your spare.
Spare?
If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place.
What the fuck?
I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though.
Okay.
The A also means anima, and the B means body.
Anima body?
Anima is another word for the soul, or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch.
What?
That was the chief goal of the project.
So you telling me that Future Sigma is in... Sorry, hang on. future Sigma's consciousness is in the past, and past Sigma's consciousness is here now, but in each other's bodies.
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
The note?
You mean this, right?
Oh,
Yes.
that one! We never did explain that.
Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making.
Right.
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028.
Okay. So that was the date that we
You
had
inhaled
guessed.
the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074.
Right here.
You
at the
woke
start
up
of
in one of the
Rhizome 9,
AB
yeah.
rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old.
Oof.
Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out.
Okay.
Moving on. If you continue along this line, what happens next? You
get to see.
reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Today, okay. Wait, so B to C to 2 days?
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay.
Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past.
To D.
It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029.
Okay.
You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes, it is.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened.
Okay.
The story does not end there, however. The line continues.
The line continues.
After
Okay.
reaching point
So there it
D,
goes back to B.
you will
What?
eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness
fucking hell.
will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
The start of the AB game.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma.
Oof.
So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
His own. Point A, yes. December 25th, 2028, the day it all started at the Nevada test.
Yes.
Yep.
His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
Okay. But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back to point C.
That's correct.
What?
When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
Okay.
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path, with one exception. Exactly.
Okay.
Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
Okay. The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility, yes.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out. That's the plan, I guess. By jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028.
Yes.
Oof.
That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction.
Anyone else making sense to this? Oh, hi, Midgard. The easiest way to escape an escape room type situation is to inform the walls they legally can't keep you there against your will. Citizen's arrest?
And undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Oh, don't worry, we will come back to that eventually.
What is that?
So you said the point C is January 27th, 2034, which is today. Yes. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right. Very soon. Yes. We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot. Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain. You haven't figured it out?
Come on.
I mean this.
Yep, she's got the knife. And no sooner were the words out of my mouth, and I screamed and leapt towards them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving towards Fi's chest. I was almost there. And when I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui Igleris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. And with that, we finally get through to the ending, the Fi ending of the game. So, we can finally bring this to a close. But yeah, it is, it's quite an interesting game, this one. It's taken the concepts of the first game and really twisted them. And, well, everything that we've done so far, you have to look at it with a new light. Because, well, how else can you look at it now? And the thing is, there is still one more game in the series. So, our consciousness will transport back to point B. Or, sorry, point A, technically. But we pick up point E. So, what does that mean for us? Well, right now, not too much. Because what I'm going to do is, at this point, I'm actually going to take a couple days off of streaming. Just to rest and recuperate a little bit. I will probably end up returning to streaming from Monday onwards, because work is just kicking my ass at this point. But come Monday, assuming all goes to plan, then I will look to do a new stream. What that stream will be, we'll see. Oh. Yeah, we're not done. I mean, we have the Fi ending. But there is the tiny bit left. Headquarters, April 13th, 2029. Yeah, we're not done yet.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
And for a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room, until with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? No. I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. 0. Except not quite. Akane.
It looks like the first step was successful. Killed? Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way. Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump.
Why?
Now, you know what happens next, right?
Yeah, we all die.
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Okay.
Yes.
Who's in the third one? Yeah.
Phi.
Clover, Alice, and Phi.
We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen.
Volunteered?
That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D.
From A to D.
In other words, she was following the same path you are. And she still is. Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Ugh. Then she gets to point B, of course this will jump to point A. Okay.
Correct. We can't do that. You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project.
That's a hell of a life.
After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines.
No pressure.
Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074.
Still kind of a mindfuck to think that the project is underway, we're in the middle of the project, and now to be told, okay, spend the next 45 years preparing the project.
You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028. You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die.
No pressure, then.
Only you and Phi can save them.
Only you can stop forest fires. I know, Tori. I know what you're gonna say. We are coming to an end.
I can't do anything on my own.
We are basically at the end.
If this is going to work, I'll need your help. What do you mean? You'll both enter the Mars mission test site. I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place. That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility.
And then prevent it. You
Things
know I
will
worry.
be
Yeah, no,
difficult.
fair enough. I should be done in about 10-15 minutes at most.
And I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger.
You don't know the half of it.
But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle. The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed. That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
Yeah. What, you never wondered how he got the EBT arms? And suddenly a low rumble shook the building.
Go have a look.
And I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly towards the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. And with that, the preparation of VLR is there. But is it the end or the beginning? Well, it's kind of both. Now, there is one final thing to show here. This bit is non-canon, so bear that in mind. But while we're fannying about in the past, Mhm. Hello, Bio. While we were fannying about in the past, there is also another time. This is pretty quick, though, so I'll just play this. But bear in mind, it's non-canon. And I don't even need to voice act this bit.
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle?
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and the reflection stared back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Singer's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
an excellent question. One I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Klein was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klein? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Klein in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. I turned back around a little.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
And today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
Okay, yeah.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes. I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Or in the PEC for reasons.
Right! Mr. Klein!
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Climb now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present.
Confused?
Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right?
No.
It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past?
No.
It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something?
I mean, not wrong.
Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots?
If it's me, yes.
Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless?
It is if I'm doing it.
If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Cork will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen.
Because you're already here.
We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh! Then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
Well, no point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course. He is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
Fair.
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew.
Ooh, that's a burn.
She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
Now that's dark.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns.
Not wrong.
Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand. But
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the
don't
Radical
get it
Six
easy,
and
though.
save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to.
But they don't.
In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles?
Yes.
It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
It's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
And most of them are probably dead, to be completely realistic with you.
Even if it is for the greater good,
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Life never is.
yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different.
How so?
How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
Our bodies? What? Whoa, I think I just had an internet spike there.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox.
That it would.
How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's?
Cat.
How's that gonna work?
Oh, hey, Kyle. Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious.
Not that curious.
Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Okay.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind.
It's not. You're not going to talk to us about termites again, are you?
I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Anyone other than Kyle? What?
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
What's the point? You won't answer it.
Right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure.
Oh boy.
And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a merman or a wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or common or ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question.
I guess you could say she is no man.
About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody.
Correct.
Although by then you were in cold sleep.
Also correct.
You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places. And you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared.
Yeah.
That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Not even close.
In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct.
Okay.
So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E.
That's ultimately what we need to work towards.
In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
No.
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Klein. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028.
And this is why it's not canon.
His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here?
Not
I
wrong.
know what I told the others. That Kyle was Dr. Klein's spare. But that was not his only purpose.
Oh, thank you for the for the care package, Tori.
Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
No, not correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028.
This is fucking meta shit here.
Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too.
Yeah, I love this. I think she's now actually speaking to us directly. Not Kyle, not Sigma. Us, the player.
You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past.
And prevent forest fires.
Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history.
I need more
The world will
medicine.
be reshaped into the one you imagine. Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
And that is the alternative end. But that is also the non-canon end. Oh! Ow! Ow! Clicky bones. And there really is nothing more to do now. All the other paths that we haven't explored at this point are all just bad ends. Like, there's no point in really going after them. So, as far as I'm concerned, we're done. So we finally got to the end of Virtue's Last Reward. Boy, this went on a lot longer than I expected it to, but, well, I'm glad I could push through to get it finished. And I'm glad I left this as a separate stream as well. But, yeah, that is where I'm gonna call this one. So thank you all so very, 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 very much for stopping by. All wonderful people as always. Who do we want to raid? Now raid and go sleep. Yeah, exactly. Well, bloody everyone's doing... Absolutely everyone is doing Resident Evil 4 at the moment, so my options are Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4, or Resident Evil 4. Funnily enough. But yeah, as I said, I will give... I'm probably going to take the rest of the week off. And I'm just going to try and get through the week. Try to just chill. Maybe have a wee think about what I want to do for the next stream. Whether I want to jump straight into the third game of the series afterwards. Which, even if I do want to do that one, and let's be honest, I do, I also need to think about how I'm going to do it. I have a DVD friend. All ears. Send me the name. Okay, let's have a look. Who have we got? Senile Vet. And of course I'm stuck in a fucking advert. Let us see. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. I don't have time to worry about it. So you know what? Senile Vet gets the raid, and why not? I mean, Tori's given me good recommendations in the past, so we'll give it to him now. So yeah, probably no more streams for the rest of the week, but starting Monday we will do the Dix project, whatever it may be. To be fair, I think we're all going to need the rest of this week just to recover from what the fuck we watched. But yeah. In the meantime, let me get you on over to Senile Vet, and yeah. Remember, folks. Actually, you know what? I'm too tired to fucking remember anything. Or tell you to remember anything. I can barely remember my own name at this point. It's Kyle, right? Or Sigma, or Phi, or Junpei, or Hongo, or... Just get over. See you later, folks.